gotta go for it.
Does it remind you of anybody?
Yeah.
Joe?
Your son.
I can't believe this is
Told you, gotta go for it. Great shot, Terry. Amazing shot.
Alright, stop sharking the players.
Fuck yeah.
I make the hard ones. That ain't my problem.
That's sporty as fuck.
What's this? This yours?
No, it's not mine. Predator chalk? You don't like it?
I ain't never tried it. Was it good?
I like it.
Not really a lot different. It's just different shape. Some people like it because they can keep it in their pocket.
Good evening, everybody. It's Tuesday. I hope everyone's staying relatively dry. It is storming pretty good now. And Joe's going to bank that one in, kind of float it in, take a 2-game lead.
I would have hit that like breakneck speed. Breakneck? You're gonna think at breakneck speed, Joe? You know what breakneck speed is? You know what chicken head is? Huh? You know what chicken head is? Yeah.
Well, Joe's got himself a little cluster here. I think he's going to have to play safe. I don't think he's going to try and do anything goofy with this ball. There we go. He might get a little rewarded, and I think if Terry doesn't disturb the 2-9, that's likely what Joe's going to go after. I think Terry actually tried the 1-9 carom there, or he just happened to hit that little thin. That might have worked out either way. Could have been great.
There's absolutely no doubt on Team USA that Billy Thorpe's the weak link.
Really?
Oh my god. Like they put his TPA up yesterday and he shot like a 592. Filler shot 1,000.
Cool.
Yeah, it was like Phil Fell or one of those guys that like does like the TPA stats.
Man, Billy's gotten pretty deep in some big tournaments. I think he deserves to be there, but I do agree he's probably the weaker link on that team because he just doesn't have the accomplishments that all the other players there do.
Well, it's also even if Steyer didn't win the Kremlin Cup,
Interesting
still
choice.
has put in effort and work and time and dedication and all of the above.
I can't tell if he was trying to get behind the 9 from there or not.
Always a building process where
Tyler Steyer probably should have been on the team last year, but he did so well.
Wow.
He earned his
Terry
spot.
actually overcut that ball. That's pretty crazy.
I do feel bad for Corey. The person I actually feel most sorry for, but not for any real reason, like not for a legitimate reason, is Max Everly. He probably is one of the only shot ever get a Mosconi Cup. Beat Justin, get that shot.
And Brandon's squeezing up a plastic bag, so sorry for that goofy, staticky kind of noise. But plastic bags are a thing. Ooh, Joe narrowly misses the side pocket on the bank. But he comes around with good shape.
Wow, that was so good.
Gets himself on the rail, though. The angles should be okay, but the on the rail is no good. He did okay.
Burns my mouth and triggers my sweat glands.
I think he's got enough angle here. He can float this and then just have a little bit of a back cut on the 9. Yep.
I usually go for 2 of the Gatorades. That was like perfect for me. That wasn't that hot.
I usually get a 4 lately.
I got it 2 once and I regretted it the whole time I ate it. I was just sweating so
That
bad.
cue ball is heading towards the pocket. Joe jumps out to an early 3-0 lead. How's everybody doing tonight? Hope everyone, I'm assuming everyone got home safe. I know that my drive was long, wet, and treacherous, but made it. decent break. Kind of lost the cue ball a little bit, but sometimes that happens. Gonna have a little co-commentator here. Rodney, what's up?
Rodney Gailey?
Rodney Gailey.
Rodney Gailey. What's up, my friend? I got to see you this weekend. I was happy to see you.
Yeah. What's up, Zen?
Well, you got the drunk picture on here.
The drunk picture.
This always makes me feel like I'm drunk when I try to stare at that screen.
That's all right. I just don't like having to look at everybody's butt.
You don't?
Nah. These aren't the players of the butts that I want to see. Or the butts of the players.
Looks mostly to be Joe's butt you're looking at, apparently. Was he up 3 games to none?
He's he got up 3-0 real quick.
John, I got to reach behind you, and I apologize.
That's all right. What you need?
Oh, I got to get in this locker. I never made it back to my other locker.
Ah, yeah. All right, there we go.
Yeah, so always excited to see these two guys play. TV Terry Hillsman with Fast Joey Volo. Joseph Volo's book came out on Amazon again today. The new paperback version. Yeah, he updated it and re-edited it and added and subtracted and multiplied and divided and stuff like that. And now the Hustled and Gotten is back out on Amazon again. And come by the Players Club, we might be able to get it signed for you.
Very, very true.
I think it's like $20. I read it on. I read the original version on my way to Branson over the summer.
Nice.
It's a nice fictional piece, a lot about pool, some interesting stories in there.
Ooh, that's a foul.
Twists and turns. But yeah, Fast Joey, author of The Hustled and Gotten, man, check it out on Amazon. We might get some more information from Joe in a little bit about it, but right now let's see if TV Terry can take a ball in hand and figure this out.
Yeah, that would be nice. See if I can find that. Put a link in the chat for him.
Oh, wow, that'd be neat. So Terry has not got his game all the way back yet. Did he deaden that 4-8 up? It's possible.
It looks pretty good. I can't tell if there's a gap there. This is where the other camera angle will come in real handy, but there was a pretty big gap.
So can Joe thin this and get this behind the 9 maybe? That'd be interesting, but I think the 4 will come out off the rail if he tries. I think I'd thin it and just put it on the end rail. Be careful of the scratch, so he got it a little thicker than... Yeah, he did. Caught the rail with the 4, but didn't get too much separation.
Okay, so let's see. I got a couple different options here for Hustled and Gotten. I got a Prime version. Good things happen in good players.
That's the newest version. So, Joe, is it only $12.99 now?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I lowered the price.
That's incredible. So $12.99 you can get this book now. I'm telling you, you can't possibly go wrong there. It took me a couple hours to read it, and like I said, it's very entertaining, and it's almost like a movie script. It's kind of a, it's a fun little book, and you can support a guy who supports pool everywhere. He goes to every tournament, plays in every event and thing he can. So if you can support Joe, buy his book. It'd be a great thing for pool and a great thing for St. Louis pool. Right now, TV Terry's trying to figure out a way to quit donating money to Joe.
Yeah, right. No, Rodney, nobody's on the little table just yet.
We're waiting for you, buddy.
There it is. We got it. Come on in.
Snarty Gras is barking at you, huh, Rodney? You watch Moscone Cup, John?
I watched bits and pieces of it as I walked around with my phone in my hand. I know the final score, but I didn't get to see all the excitement.
I didn't see it all, but I saw enough. It was awfully fun. I tell you, I watched Justin and Shane the most. I watched almost that whole match, and boy, was that fun. I mean, you talk about the firepower of those two guys and the shots that they come with. I mean, it's nuts. They come with some, just some monsters. It got me so fired up, man. What's he going to get here? Another tough one. He snapped the last bank and he hit it really slow. And I mentioned
he let that one float in. I heard you say something about.
I told him I would have hit that breakneck speed. And he said, "What is that?" I said, "Have you ever heard of chicken head?" He goes, "Yeah." I said, "You know what it is?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "Okay then."
There it is. Yeah. Oh, he listened to you?
Oh,
no, he shouldn't have listened to you.
I know. I just cost him a game.
That's rough.
Don't listen to me, Joe. Well, it's just that I feel like when you hit one, like a one pocket shot like that, I hit him like that because that's how I know how to make them the best because that's how I'm used to hitting them. But when you're playing 9-ball, man, you don't want that ball to just hang down there.
Right. Like
know
you
what I
do
mean?
want to, like, you either want to hit it, bad enough that it bounces away from the pocket or
Right.
good enough that it just floats in.
And that's what I was saying. Like I have trouble just floating that one in. Now from like a side rail where it was like a dead bank that I know I'm gonna, got a great chance to make that I hit all the time playing one pocket. That one I might hit the best speed I know how to just make it. But that end rail one like that, man, you're gonna have distance. So why would you, you don't want to leave that ball by the hole if you have a choice. But
Right.
look at that one though. He did pound that one and it still stayed in the hole.
Yeah, it's the only problem with a little bit. I mean, if you hit it 99% good with speed and it just bobbles on the jaws, that'll do that.
I enjoy hitting the hole hard, and when it sometimes falls out, just get up and hit it again, right, John?
Yep. That's definitely my MO.
I was being a little dirty. Well, Terry rattled that one home, but he's going to leave himself a tester here on the 2-ball.
And the thing is, if he'd hit that one ball cleaner, he'd be even in worse shape.
Oh, very possible. He probably would have been up by that 8-ball.
Yeah.
He overcut that one.
It's going to get, well, maybe not a reward, but he didn't leave anything. It's not a hanger for Joe, but
Not at all. That's a brutal shot there.
but he likes these. Is he elevating?
I'd be banking this ball for a safe. And I'm not even sure how, but I certainly would have been shooting that.
I mean,
But-
it's a good thing he hung the 2, because otherwise he's terrible. I mean, he's got a nice shot on the 4 from there, but
I didn't like shooting. I mean, I don't.
what else
But
you gonna
here's
do?
the problem. I probably have almost 0% chance of getting out from here, even with getting from the 7 to the 8 and the 8 back to the 9 is not a great
Yeah.
run out for a C player, low B player. For Joe even, this is going to be a tester. This isn't like a.
Yeah. Well, the window in the 8's so small.
He's still probably only less than 50% to get out here, and I hate to say that, but it's just the truth. I mean, this table plays a little tight, and you're going to have to get really good position here, and then still get really good position from the 8 to the 9, which is just tough.
Well, he's going to have to be relatively straight on the 8, so as long as he does that, he'll be okay on the 9.
He got that, yeah. Yeah, but I mean, look how many balls like Terry's hung up, fired him in these holes, man. Like, he's going to have to shoot that 9 ball all the way up that table. And look at this. Now all of a sudden he's at a little weird angle, and
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, this ball could be missed.
Oh, for sure.
Now, he got really good on that 8 ball, so that he didn't have to travel with the cue ball at all, but he missed it. That's what I mean. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I had a bad feeling that ball was going to be a really tough ball for him.
Yeah,
The
I feel like he hit the 8 ball tentatively.
I do too. He could have got way better on the 9.
I mean, because he would have had to pound it to get a better angle, or just let it float forward so you have a little more viewing angle,
Terry figured that one out.
even with that big side stroke.
Yeah, that didn't look good, did it?
No, it did not.
John, I'm so excited about this winter, buddy, man. I'm working hard. I'm getting the place open. I can't wait. I'm trying so hard, man. And every one of the hurdles that I kept telling you guys about, I've cleared almost all of them. And so I'm saying a hope and a prayer. And if you want to help out, you could buy a case. You could buy a hoodie, pool cue. Hoodies are great Christmas presents. They're $30.
Kylie said hi.
Who's that?
Well, tell Kylie hello for us, Rodney.
Yep.
Also, Rodney, have your wife follow those commands up there to look up or hook up your Amazon Prime subscription. Your Amazon Prime account, if you have one. Amazon owns Twitch, so you can link your Amazon and Prime or Amazon and Twitch accounts, and then you get to sub to our channel for free, and we get the benefit of it. Meanwhile, Joe drills the ball 8 feet into the hole. Because Rodney, I know we talked about that a little bit over the weekend, and if you need help figuring that out, actually, this is the one that will tell you how to link your Amazon and Prime, Amazon and Twitch accounts, and then you just click sub, and it helps us out a lot. and it doesn't affect you at all. It's one of the benefits of having the Amazon Prime subscription. So you guys don't even know what's happening. Yeah, it's great. You're good. All right. This is one of those goofy racks where you look at it and think, man, this one's really tough to get out. But it's sometimes these
little
goofy
easier.
ones
Yeah. It's
are
like
actually
playing,
easier to get out.
it's like playing 8-ball right here. You just all of a sudden got right next to all your balls. And it's like,
Yeah.
can you just, if it works out that way, where you can just dink, 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 dink. Doesn't
Mhm.
always work that way though.
No, it doesn't. But like after the break, you think, man, you got all these balls all tied up.
Terry actually, I think, would be. Oh, he might be playing safe here.
No.
Yeah, I
He's,
don't
he's
think
going
so.
for the run out. You got to run out from here. You just kind of float this ball in a little bit and shoot the 6.
Yeah, I don't know about all that. It ain't as easy as you're making it sound. I didn't see it.
I did. I don't know where I moved it.
That didn't move much if he did. Well, he's probably going to have a little.
Rodney, I bet your wife can handle that. Because I would need your, unless your phone is hooked up to your Amazon Prime subscription, we'd have to log you in and do all that stuff.
We got to see a stroke here. That's not it.
That's not going to do it. Yeah.
I think he's okay.
I
all he-
mean,
all he has
that's
to
a
do is
that's a
make this
pretty
ball.
thin back cut. I mean,
It's not as bad, I don't think, as you think.
that's not fun. That's
He's-
not fun to
He's
any
okay.
pocket.
He's got it. It's not that bad.
All right.
It was
Yeah,
natural.
no, he
too,
did
like,
well.
all
Yeah,
he
he
had to
didn't
was
have to
make
do
the
anything
ball.
with the cue ball. That's for sure.
So, yeah, I think he's in real good shape here. This ball can be, I don't know.
Oh, he hit him
He
with
fired it.
authority.
Yeah.
Nice.
Terry's feeling it a little bit.
All right, he ties it up at 3 apiece.
Yep. Here we go. Game on.
Well, we're guaranteed at least 30 more minutes of play. Haha. I feel like the last time they played, didn't they end a little bit early?
Yeah, I think Terry was pretty frustrated. He just couldn't get anything going. He lost 5 games real quick, and he just figured it was just not his night.
Yeah.
Looks like tonight, though, we might have a little battle on our hands.
Nice. I like it.
Me too. I knew Terry would eventually get there. It just, it's a question of how long it was going to take him to get his stroke back, and looks like he's close.
Indeed.
Joe's putting a little heat on him. He's not playing bad.
We ran it, but I missed first. Did you?
Yeah, I'm excited. I hope when before this year is over, we have our new spot open, John, and a little seating, and we put on some events, some really cool ones. Get some little tournaments, some invitationals going again, the old bragging rights and stuff like that going again, and we'll have some fun, buddy.
Yeah, I'm looking
The,
forward to it.
The guys last night, they used to be in an APA thing up at Hot Shots, and they all live out here, and they want to play pool league, but they don't want to travel that much. So
That's
I
fair.
think we got a nice little team to move in with us, and
Oh, nice.
they're all some lower ranked players. It'll be great. We can teach and learn, and we can learn them good.
Oh, Joe hit that straight back pretty nicely.
Yeah, he sure did.
But now what's he going to do? Bank
Gotta
the
be
3
playing.
into the 8?
You gotta be playing safe here, don't you?
I mean, that's the smart thing to do.
You hit the 3 off the 9, and putting the 3 on the side rail and the cue ball and the 9 on the end rail. Or you go for the cross bank that.
And kisses there, yeah.
He's gonna get hooked and booked here, I would think. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got to go for it.
Tried to get the Moscone up there earlier, but between how bad their feed is and my computer and everything, casting and all that, it just wasn't.
Oh, well, you can do it on YouTube, I'm sure now. On the live.
Well, okay, that worked out, I guess. And he's going to get a reward. He's got a look at the 3. Not sure how much. And Joe's going to try and play safe again. I think he did not. I'm pretty sure Terry's got an edge of this ball. No, Terry's kicking at it, so that worked. Oh, wow. What a shot.
I thought the 5 was next. I said, then we go green. And then I looked up and seen the field.
Wait a minute, Oh, the ball scratched. That's why I missed. Yeah, it was a great kick, and then the cue ball just kind of kept going. I think just going to be okay. I thought he was going to come up a little short there. Well, he cut it and he spun it and threw it right out of the rail. Meanwhile, he's going to leave it sitting pretty good for Terry. Probably play the 7 in the opposite corner, unless he wants to stroke it and come back and forth. He opted to just float it in and not give himself the best angle, but he'll be okay. I mean, this isn't the ideal position you'd want on the 9, but he got a little sharp on the 7. You just take what you get. Just make sure you make the ball. And that he did. Terry takes the lead. So after losing the first 3, he wins the next 4. And we'll see what's going on. These guys B players. Well, on what scale? So Terry here has been around the game for, I don't know, 50 years or whatever. Strong, good regional player back in his heyday. Joe's just kind of come around. Locally, he's an A player, kind of on a more regional national scale. He's probably a B plus in places like, New York or the coasts or any of those kinds of places. But, he's not super top echelon locally, but he's definitely a guy you always have to be worried about anytime you play him. He's liable to run, 2 or 3 on you if he's playing all right. So if anybody's familiar with the stream, Terry here is, if you guys know Ryan is Terry's son. Terry used to own a pool hall, a real popular pool hall here for a long, long time. Back in the day. Brendan, do you know if Terry in his heyday would have been considered an A player? I would think so, yeah.
Never like shortstop.
Just under a shortstop? Yeah.
I consider Joe to be.
Yeah. I think at a regional level, I call him like a B plus, low A. When you compare him to like the A players, like in New York or Lewis. Yeah. Yeah.
When I say capable, he's done.
Right. Theoretically. Right. Yeah. Right.
He's done something.
Yep. I don't know if Terry got enough of that one. There's a 7 ball there. Oh, he's okay. Don't hit the... Nope. Diamondized. Rip.
That's your home! Are you too good for your home?
Oh. I wasn't sure how that was going to turn out when I first saw the speed, but he hit that one pretty good. And Terry's going to give him that one. Yeah, Zelda, I think they're called 4.5. I feel like they play a little bit tighter than a standard 4.5. One of the other pool rooms we go to, they got 4.5s, and they just play a little bit looser. So I really kind of think these are. I should probably just get the tape measure out again. I feel like these are somewhere like 4 and 3/8, or like 5/16 or whatever. Oh yeah, that diamond shelf is, it drives players insane. I tried that back out there. How's it going to turn out? Oh, we might see a 3-9 here.
See a what?
Might see a 3-9 here.
You think so? That's a tough shot, man.
It's definitely tough, but I mean, is it as? I mean,
yeah, he's not shooting.
Yeah, he's not shooting it. You just got to worry about the side pocket there, or float forward, miss it.
Oh wow, he jammed it right in there.
Well, that's the thing. I mean,
wow.
You don't stroke that ball well, you draw it right in the side. He hit that ball real well.
Terry certainly looks better than he has in the past.
Yeah?
That was a good shot right there.
That was a real good shot.
The only thing I've seen him really having a little struggles on is the long, straight-in ones, which everybody in the world has trouble with. Those are hard shots.
Yep.
But that's usually the toughest thing, I guess, would get back would be to make those.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta have a straight stroke to make those shots, buddy.
Yeah. And good fundamentals, good aim. Uh-oh.
Yeah,
Whoa.
That looked a little rough there, didn't it?
Yeah, I thought it was going to hit that point.
Well, you look like you kind of just stopped the cue right at the ball. A little jab.
Yeah. Got that old guy one pocket poke.
Well, that's a little mean.
Well, I'm just saying.
Well, yeah. Damn. Some things don't have to be said, man. He's on damn TV.
There, he did well. Let that one go. Yeah.
I don't know if he did hit that good.
Well, I just mean he followed through the ball well. He
Yeah.
didn't poke at it or nothing.
This is a tester here. This isn't a gimme.
He's all right.
I know he's okay, but this ball can be missed, man. I mean, this is not a gimme at all.
True.
I'm telling you, man. I just played 22 hours on that table, and I'm telling you, man. If you start thinking balls are gimmies on this table, man.
I never said it was a gimme. I just thought he'd be okay.
No, I just mean my point is this table's starting to tighten up, man, and it's playing quick too. So it's actually a lot of fun. I really enjoyed playing on it against Colby.
Yeah, I assumed you guys were going to go and get into a marathon, so I just went ahead and went
I don't
home.
even know.
I left about 4 in the morning.
Did you really?
Yeah.
We played till like 6 or 7 in the afternoon or evening.
Jeez. Yeah.
So we played about 22 hours. I think we started about 9 p.m., 9:30 maybe, something like that.
Yeah, it was a little ridiculous.
About 22 hours. I'm telling you, we both went through some weird spells. Like, I told him at one point, I'm like, I can't see anymore, man. I can't see anything. I don't know what to do. I was freaking out. And then at like 6 or 7 a.m., whatever time the sun came up, this car was parked, and we had this glare that looked like it looked like when a kid would draw a sunshine, you know, with like the
big
coming
rays
off of it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it looked like coming, and that's all you could see when you got down to look at a shot out the window.
Those 2 balls going.
Yeah, it was nuts.
Wow.
But man, I had a blast. Me and my donkey, man.
Yeah, I bet that was a good time.
Is Terry hooked here all the way?
Yeah.
Or can he see a piece of this ball? Man,
No,
he's kicking at
he's
it.
hooked.
He didn't get it. Did he get a rail?
Nope.
He didn't get a rail. Joey's got a ball in hand. Now that 5-7 is sitting ugly. The good news is you don't have to get from the 5 to the 7.
Yeah, you can use the 6 to get back and forth.
Getting from that 5 to 7, you got to put that cue ball almost where it is now, and that's a tough leave.
Yep.
So here's a fun story. So where that 5 and 7 is now, imagine they're a little closer together, about maybe a foot apart. And it was actually the 4 and 5 ball. So I'm watching Chris Bartram play
I can't believe he hit that ball with inside.
a
Sorry.
local high roller for like 3,000 a game, 9-ball on a bar table, right? And he's given up the break, the last 5, the 5, and the 8. So the 5 and 8 are wild, or he can make any one of the last 5 balls on the table and win the game,
Right.
right? Joe's hitting him good. Is he on the right side of this?
Nope.
Yeah, he's in trouble. I'm standing up looking reverse at the screen, guys, so I'm doing my best. I can't see everything. So anyway, they're playing 3,000 a game right with. So where that 5-7 was, Chris Bartram hits a shot, comes 4 rails and lands in between it for 3,000 a game. Lands right in between the balls on a bar table. 4 rails after he made the ball.
Yep.
And then he walks over, and there's probably 20, 30 people watching, and him and I know each other, but not like overly well. And he walks over to me, and he leans down, and he knows I'm a bad player, basically, and he knows I like the game a little. So he walks over and he leans down, and he goes, "Hey, would you have shot that like that?" He just kind of smiled and walked away. I mean, he was having a blast playing 3,000 a game.
Yeah.
That was one of the funnest shots I've ever seen in my life.
Zelda wants to know, when you said you couldn't see anything, is it that you couldn't see or that you just couldn't make a ball?
No, I literally couldn't see. I was almost blind. I was delirious. I was dehydrated, which I didn't know till later. I thought I was drinking a lot of water. I really did. I remember but after I thought about it, I'm like, I might have only had like 4 bottles in that 22-hour period.
Yeah, that's not nearly
And Colby and
enough.
I ate once. We got some food from Bobby's place at 11. We were both dying, man. At one point, about 6 or 7 a.m., we both kind of looked at each other, and we went back here and we raided this place. And
So you guys were already, you were eating so many candies and chocolates and everything else just beforehand.
oh, we were. Oh,
I
man,
mean, there
that-
was just piles of candy wrappers all over
That was all
all
Colby.
night.
That was all Colby. Yeah, so, but yeah, it was a blast. Yeah, I literally couldn't see. I was literally getting delirious. And like I said, then that's where he caught up. I was pretty good ahead, man, for a while. And then I just got to where I couldn't see anymore. I was literally like just, probably seeing 2 and 3 different balls. And I don't know. The weird thing is normally when I play, or even when we play, we accidentally shoot at our opponent's hole or forget what hole we are. That never happened once.
Not once?
No,
That's a first.
not for either one of us. It was
See,
really
normally we
crazy.
got to have a sign up here that says whose break it is, whose pockets whose.
Oh
and,
yeah. Well, that's the thing. Colby broke to the other pocket the whole time.
Oh, well, that was nice.
Yeah. So then the weirdest shot of the day was, I think I told you this maybe. Colby, I had him buried in front of his own hole with the cue ball, and
Nope.
he fires like a bank like 100 miles an hour. The object ball, jumps off the end rail, gets up on the side rail, and starts bouncing down the side rail, jumps over the side pocket, and then rolls down the perfect line of the cloth and the rail. And sure enough, lands right in his fucking pocket. Playing for a
A good amount.
yeah.
A couple of dinners.
Yeah, and that was brutal. So I lost the game that way. And I mean, he can put some things on you that just there's only a few humans alive that would even do it. And it's friggin' weird, man. And that was one of them. That happened to me.
It's always exciting.
He can come with some shit. I tell you what. Ryan said he played him right before me. And Ryan said he's like, dude, it's so weird. He's like, you guys do play even, but you way outmove him, and he way out shoots. Like, he shoots so much straighter than you do, and you just outmove him.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, that's why it's so much fun. I'm like, because if he's off a little bit, I can make it look bad. If he's missing balls, I can make it look bad. And vice versa. If I'm missing balls, which I don't shoot that many, I'm gonna miss. But if I am, or if Colby if he's coming with some of them big shots where he can make it where I can't win.
Mm-hmm.
But man, it doesn't ever get much more fun than me playing my donk, man. Joe's about out here, huh?
Yeah, I would say he's pretty good.
And the other thing, me and Donkey talk shit the entire time we're playing. We yell and scream at each other.
Oh yeah. Well, that's the thing. So everyone in the chat, they were all here watching, Ryan
I can't
and
imagine
Joe
what's going on in the
play,
chat.
and it's all quiet. And
Yeah.
like Ryan and Joe, like Joe didn't say anything at all ever.
Yeah.
Right.
So they played Saturday before I even got here.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they played, and then Colby shows up. So then Ryan and Colby play, and that is such a drastic difference, you know. And
Well,
everyone's
they both play
like,
wide open.
Well, I just mean personality-wise. Like Ryan, still like he'll talk with you a little bit, but you know, everyone's like, man, this Colby guy's just sharking him because you know Colby's yelling at the Blues game, and he's doing Colby stuff,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And you know, it's like, oh, and Ryan's missing balls. He, you know, didn't miss all night. And it's like, oh, these guys, he's laying down to get the thing. And, you know, there's just all this theory going on. And it was really entertaining. I'm like, no, you guys, really, I promise, like, this is just Colby. Like, you wait till Brendan gets here and you guys are going to hear the most ridiculous shit all night. Like, just listen. You don't even have to watch the game. Just put on the headset and you're going to hear the stupidest comments.
Hey, now.
Oh, come on now. It's ridiculous.
There is nothing more fun, like I said, than playing my donk. It's just today I sent him a really nice message on his timeline.
Nice.
Yeah. But I don't ever have more fun than that. You know, I only gamble with my friends, and I want, that's what I want. Oh,
wow.
Joe with the monster kick, and look at the leave, too. What a kick. Now he's going to come with a high inside ball and try to get back across the table. Oh, he ran into the 8.
Yeah, he was going to have to.
I thought he could use some inside and miss the 8. So now he's going to have to bank this ball or play safe.
Yeah, he's banking this ball because it comes with a reward. If he banks it, he'll get a shot in the 6.
Um,
Oh, wow.
He
We were
cut that
both wrong. He
motherfucker.
cut that ball in.
Jesus
Unreal.
Christ.
Which,
Was that as hard as it looked?
yeah.
I mean, like I said, maybe it looked harder from where I'm standing. I mean, but that looked like a... Is he going to get out here? I mean, he can't just keep making every one of these hard-ass shots, can he?
This is the thing. Whenever I play him in League, you know, he does this kind of like hero shot, and he gets out of line, gets out of line, you know, and it just happens.
Oh, shit, I'm over here waving my hand right in front of Joe while he's trying to shoot. That is brutal.
He ought to be used to it by now.
Yeah. I tell you what, that is one thing about this place. You have to be a little thick-skinned to play here. Because anything can happen here with, you know, people coming around you, you know, I mean, it's...
Mm-hmm.
But you know what? The way I look at it, like, I was thinking about this today. If I was at the Moscone Cup, like, I was imagining, you know, like, just like every kid does about it, they're famous baseball players, this and that. I was imagining what it'd be like to be Justin or Shane or one of them guys there, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I literally think before my match, I would literally tell the crowd that, you know, hey, right before I get down, you guys got to start going nuts, man. Make your fucking legs shake. Make this place go crazy while I'm shooting. I don't want to hear a pin drop in here. I want to hear this place go nuts, man. I want this place shaking when I'm shooting. Because that's what you're used to when you're at a bar. You're used to chaos.
Yeah.
You know, so why would you want an ultra silent room where, like, you know what I mean? I want the chaos. You know, I mean,
It's a different mindset. I feel like everyone is aware when people are watching them, but yeah, and we've had this conversation before too, but you're exactly right. Like, oh, it's got to be quiet and it's all pin drop, and it's like, you know, everyone shut up so they can focus. Which, to be fair, you
See,
do
I think
kind
you'll
of
be
want
able to
that.
focus if you can't understand anything going on around you. It's easier to focus on what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
You know, and like that's why I feel like if you're at a Hot Shots or a place like that and you're playing where there's waitresses running around everywhere and there's other guys running around and action on the table next to you and drunks going this and that and darts being played and music going on the jukebox, it's just you and the table because all that other stuff is just canceling each other out.
Right.
When
it's
you're just sitting
background
there
noise.
knowingly that 2,000 people are staring at you, not trying to talk, and one guy farts and another guy leans out of his chair and the bleachers squeak and then the camera moves and then the heat kicks on and then all that stuff's happening and you know something else is going to happen and you don't know what it's going to be. That's my point. Like, I'd rather have the action going on. That's what I tell the crowd. I'd say get up and get after it.
Yeah, if there's enough of the chaos, then it all, like you said, it all cancels out and just becomes kind of like white noise, and that I don't mind at all. I think the thing that, at least what I've noticed, like in, excuse me, like at League up at Q and Cushion, it's relatively quiet for the most part, with the exception of...
Joe just kicked the 2 in?
No, he was cross-banked it.
Oh, he cross-banked it?
Yeah. What happens is one table will end up having some argument and they'll get loud, and so it's the only conversation that you hear, and it sticks out in your head way more than if 10 tables all had conversations.
That happened to me and Colby playing doubles together.
Yeah.
I think it was me and Colby. It might have been me and what was the other turd's name I played with once? Can't remember, but we were playing in Big John O'Farrell. Just fucking screaming at it. I can't remember if it was his kid or his nephew. I mean, just letting him fucking have it. And I'm sitting over there trying to shoot, and I'm nervous as shit already. And now I got this 6 foot, 13-inch, monster that weighs about, 700 pounds. It looks like to me, intimidating guy, man. I'm telling you what.
Yeah.
I'm not intimidated by much, man, but he's just a
He's a
mammoth
big
of a
guy.
man, and he just lets his voice out. So anyway, he's screaming at this little boy, man, just letting him have it, man. And I'm just like, God damn, man, shut the fuck up and let us shoot. But yeah, I think the kid that I was playing with, I just can't remember who it was, but I think he got rattled bad by it. I don't know why I can't remember who it was. I'll remember in a minute. But
Yeah. On my league on Monday night, that was a nice little shot from Terry that missed the 9.
it was, but this could be a tough shot on the 9-ball here. He might have to go around the world here. That was what was
he
neat.
would never send. He'll just float it up by the side pocket and take the shot.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I thought he might have to let the ball go. I was way wrong. It was funny. Justin let his cue ball go a couple of times. It was a lot of fun to watch. The announcers are like, wow, he's got a lot of confidence in his stroke if he's letting that, And then Shane did it once. He got kind of close to a ball and let one out. Niels Fine did it once. He sent one 4 rails and almost scratched on the second rail, third rail.
Wow.
So there were some really cool shots where they let their strokes out and stuff today in the Moscone Cup. That was fun to watch.
Nice.
Justin's had already had a ton of exciting shots. Now, they didn't work out for him in the yesterday. Like, he had a crazy 3-rail kick, and he crosses and makes the ball, and the cue ball follows it in.
Oh no.
They had another one that he had some bad rolls. And then today, though, even like I said, he came with some monster shots. Shane left him real thin on a ball. Justin slammed it and got Shane, left Shane a little tough, but Shane made a great safety. And then, Justin just continues to make, just some phenomenal shots, man.
That's awesome. I can't wait to go back and watch the whole thing uninterrupted.
Yeah.
But I literally, all day, I was just walking around with my phone with the video on, and I go into these meetings and just kind of have it out to the side or face down and flip it up every once in a while.
During the day. I don't know that I generally wholly understand that.
Well, because in Europe, which is where it's produced, right? It's primetime TV over there when we go live here. So 1 p.m. for us here. That's 7 p.m. in England. So that's prime time for bars, and that's where it all gets.
I wonder if they get that much more revenue from Europe than they do from the
Oh,
United States.
they would have to, because it's on TV over there.
Yeah.
It's just
that
on
makes sense.
like sport, any other
It kind
sport.
of sucks for us here.
It does.
I think it hurts probably hurts the viewership here a little bit.
I would have to believe it would.
Now, the only
just
thing,
from an American
the
standpoint.
only thing I could say is that so many pool players are night owls. They might actually be just waking up and ready to watch pool from 1 to 5 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're out playing pool after that.
Yeah.
Now, people got to work sometime, although I know a few pool players who don't believe in that. But, yeah. I myself worked until 1 o'clock and then watched it.
Yep.
And then as soon as it was over, it's time to come here to work. And we're thrilled to be here producing this little events here for you. We're going to have some bigger and better ones coming up. I would bet on it. So hopefully you'll see some cool matchups. And hopefully when Justin gets home, I can coax him into coming back up here again. Get our hometown hero back up here and get him in some action. He seems to be 110% interested in the game again. So,
yeah, that's great. I was actually, I got a reminder that 1 year ago today was one of the times we had him here, and he was doing a little exhibition for, I think it was that tournament that we had last year.
Yeah, well, we opened up 1 year and 11 days ago.
Yeah, so it was great. It's great to see that.
So,
Terry's got a bank here with reward if he makes it. Just slide him between the 5-9 for the 4.
He might cut this ball.
Where?
Side pocket. Nope. Wow, he ripped the bank.
Wow, yeah, he was dead straight. I thought he had to cut it a little bit. He was able to just draw it straight back. Nice.
I thought he might be able to cut it in the side and come off the 9 down below there, right where almost where he is, and use the but I was wrong. Uh-oh.
Goodbye there, little bump. This is okay. He's going.
Okay.
Yeah, this is going to send him right towards a 6 as long as he doesn't
He could
scratch.
just draw to the end rail, probably.
Probably. If he's going to draw, I just draw straight up.
Yeah, just
Yep.
like that. Draw right to
He
the
might
aggro.
actually overhit this. Oh, yeah. Could kill some of the speed with the spin. And lands good on the 6.
That seemed a touch dangerous with all that spin on the ball. Sending it that far, you know. What's he going to have here? Oh, no.
Oh, he bobbled it with the inside to get back on the
He
9.
didn't even get on it, though. There was no need for all that, I don't think.
Well, yeah, and I don't know where the cue ball would have landed if it hadn't hit the 6 after the bobble, but even still.
I thought he had enough to get himself a nice little shot on the 9 already. Now that's a rough game to give up, man. You're tied or you're down 2, and you're giving up the break, too.
Yeah. That's rough. Joey regains a 2-game lead.
Well, he's feeling good enough to go for that stuff, so, you know.
I mean, that's
obviously
good.
he's
You're
feeling it a
confident. You got
little
to let
bit,
it fly. Yeah.
You know, that's something Richard, I never say his name right, Richard Frooks, told me the other day. I was telling him something about missing a ball. Me and him were kind of warming up together, and, you know, he said it, and I've heard it 50 times, but I needed to hear it again, and he said, you know, whether you think you can or you can't, you're probably right. And I've been telling myself that lately, man. When you're practicing, especially, you just got to keep telling yourself you're a good player and you're going to make that ball, and just be more positive and quit telling yourself you're not going to, or you can't, or you won't, or you're not going to get out for whatever reason. You know?
Right.
Because that's something that's got to be mental. Because I'm just not finishing off racks ever. Like, I feel like I'm playing pool better than I ever did, and I still can't run a rack of 9-ball. You know, and I don't understand it.
Yeah, I would want to know why. Like, what is happening there? Is it that?
I just eventually get out of line, and then I got to play safe, and it just, you know what I mean. But I don't like. I feel like I'm capable of getting any position and making any ball, and it's like, why can't I? I got to get more consistent and be able to finish out rack, be able to shoot 9 of them in a row, or 8 of them in a row anyway.
Yeah, staying in line really helps with that. I mean, even if you get shape, you know. But then, of course, so what happened? Like, for example, at my league last night, I missed a long, small cut. It was, you know, just a hair off a straight. It was like that. You got to cut it 3 degrees kind of thing, where it looks straight, but it's not. You know, one of those things. So I missed one of those early in the set, and then that shot came up later during a break. Like I broke and ran. It was like the 7-ball, and I left myself a little long. And normally I wouldn't have thought about it, except I had missed that same angle a few racks prior, and I couldn't get that out of my head. That,
Yeah.
oh shit, don't miss this one because I missed it last time. You know, and then I talked myself right out of it, and I missed it on the other side.
What's he going to be able to? Oh, he was able to hold it.
Yeah.
I didn't know if he'd be able to or not.
And he overcut it actually and held it. That's
Yeah.
crazy. But yeah, just going back to that little mental little thing, like it's usually those little things I find that stop people from running out because they start thinking about what could go wrong
Yeah.
or, you know, what
It's funny,
had
it's like,
gone wrong in the past.
It's like early in the rack, I'm playing tighter position, moving around more balls, doing stuff. But later in the rack, when the 3 balls are wide open, it's like I'm
You get
scared
lazy.
to get position. It's like,
Right.
oh no, just make the ball.
Yeah.
You know, just leave it anywhere. You know, and I'm not that good a player where I can just leave it anywhere.
Yeah, and that's the other side of it because I know for me, I just get lazy, and kind of the same thing. Like just make the ball. Like anywhere around here, you know, just make the ball, I'll be fine. But you focus so hard on getting the right shot, getting the right angle. In the beginning rack, you do all the hard work, and then you just kind of like relax, but you relax too soon because the rack's not over. You know, but when
The 8
you
to the
focus,
9 is always a problem for me. I mean, it's always difficult. It's always tough. It always is. It's because, you know, it wouldn't be hard at all if it was the 6 to the 7. I'd be like, okay,
Yeah.
I write English, pocket the ball, get over here, get on 7. But from the 8 to the 9, you're like, oh, do I really want to put right English on a ball and risk missing it when all I got to do is make this
yeah,
ball?
you start second guessing. Like, am I overcomplicating this, or am I shooting the right shot? And then you
Right.
talk yourself out of what would be natural to you. And I can't tell you how many times I've talked myself out of.
That's one thing I
shot to
love
try
one
and
pocket,
play
because even though like
smart.
shooting the ball might be the 53% best shot, you know, if a really good safety is still the 47% shot, but I can hit it way better that day, I feel like I still have that game. You
Yeah.
know, that's what I love about one pocket. You know, not when I'm ball, man, you're off just a touch, man. You're going for a long fucking day.
Oh wow, Joe played that 3 off the 1 off the back of the 3.
Yeah. So he's
He-
got
he
the
fired it in. He's got a long shot on the 2 here.
2 ball, maybe come out 2 rails,
Yeah, I would think
or maybe
so.
just come out.
He could just do 1. He'll probably just do 1.
It's coming to the second rail no matter what. It's just kind of, is he
But
going to play
yeah.
for the side or the corner? He didn't
Yeah.
play for either one.
That's the thing. He doesn't really play complex position. He just takes what the table gives him. But he's such a good shot maker that it's always worked out for him. It's always, and we say this every time he plays. So it makes him so dangerous.
Oh, look at this. Nope. Oh, I thought he might get the little tickle.
You know, but it's not that he plays the best shape every time. It's just that he's
a good
makes
shot maker.
mostly everything he shoots at.
Yeah, it's a true story.
Which is what's going on. What's up, Blade? How you doing? I think Bladehammer is one of the guys that really wanted to see more of those cues last night that I saw him talking in the chat.
Oh, yeah.
he
Those
is
are
a-
Billy Styles cues.
Yeah,
they weren't ours here.
Q Hound.
If you're a Q Hound, come on by here. I'll sell you a few.
Yeah. I think actually I don't remember where Blade's located, but he's not local.
Oh.
Oh,
No.
Terry cut it and he spun it.
He poodle
Threw it
licked
right out of there. He was just like in the chat. Where is it? Put the thing on the camera.
They put him up on the cameras. I remember watching Billy and Mike do it for a while.
Yeah,
Did you not get to see him? If Blade, if you John will figure out how to tell you how to message me or something, and I can ship cues. I mean, if you like something Billy had, I can get you better pictures. No problem. He's a good friend of mine. Lives up about 30 minutes away from me, but I can get some pictures and send them to you. You're happy to look. I can get you anything you're looking for. Just tell me, and I'll find somebody who's got it. Get you some pictures and figure out a way to get it to you. That's what I do. I ship cues. I go to the post office about 1 to 5 times a week to ship out. I'm mostly a JB case dealer. I don't know if John ran a commercial yet, but I have about 50 JB cases in stock at all times, sometimes up to 100. And mostly like 4x8s, 3x6s, and 2x3s, and multicolors. But most of mine are like black with red stitch, white stitch, blue stitch, or green stitch. I have all those. And same thing like black with red sides, yellow sides, green sides, white sides. And then I have a few other varieties like navy with gray, black with white, gray with black, a few other little things. So that's mostly what I do, but I can always find cues, always ship cues, always do anything. John will run a little commercial for us in a little bit when we have a break. What does that mean? I thought I just read something weird.
Yep. Keep trying there, Boiler.
What was it?
Oh, he was dogging Terry.
Did I see that word I thought I saw?
Yeah, you did.
Huh.
All right. Thanks for stopping by.
Who pissed in his Cheerios?
Yeah.
Apparently
Look, I understand that everyone has opinions on people, and that's fine, but there's definitely more respectful ways to say that.
Yeah, one of the nicest guys in the world.
Right?
He's a gentleman and a scholar, unlike Piss Boiler Boy. So let's move on with our day. Fast Joey, representing the green hoodie from the Players Club. Slice and dice in the 2 and the hoe. With perfect position on the 3 for what I don't know. So Joe's up by 2 games right now after 16 games.
Yeah. You just need a regular old case. Yeah, that's fair. I don't know that Blade's actually looking to buy anything. I think he just wants to look at the pictures.
Blade, were you in Olathe? What's a Canadian
Like that Canadian guy. I don't know. But this is where it would come in handy to have a place to get all pictures and like get them uploaded and whatnot. I know that sometimes you do that on Facebook, and honestly, I need to get better about coordinating with you on. Oh, what a kick!
Joe's kicking good today, man.
Yeah, but I mean, we do have the website, and that would be a great place to put all that stuff on there. And whenever we get new pictures and new cues in, we need to make sure that we get them posted so that we can.
Yeah. I got you.
Yeah, so that we can get all the pictures and stuff uploaded on there, so we don't have to rely solely on Facebook for that kind of stuff.
Yeah, the only thing I wouldn't mind putting them on there. The only problem I had with it is that it requires you to do everything because I'm not tech savvy. Like Facebook,
Right.
I can always just upload them there.
Yeah.
I do want to get them organized better in a few different ways. So, but I need to do some work on that.
Yeah.
I need to drag Ricky out. Make Ricky do some work someday.
Yeah, and I mean, well, and that's the thing. Like, if we just sit down and I can show you how to do the post on the website, it should be fine.
Yeah.
It's relatively simple. You just got to have the images ready to go, and then you just click, I want to upload these, and
Into the website?
mm-hmm.
Oh, I thought you had to do more than that.
No, it's pretty straightforward. We just need to.
We need to schedule a day to work together.
Yeah, we need to actually sit down and
When
go
do you-
through all that stuff.
When do you go on vacation?
What's vacation?
Yeah.
I feel like I work 3 jobs, so
That's
I don't
what
know what
you-
vacation is.
It's what you high-priced guys get at your big downtown lofty offices.
Yeah.
You big tech guys, whatever your tech names are. You know what
Facebook
vacation is.
Marketplace has actually been real good for a lot of people to buy and sell cues, in addition to everything else. And it's just because it's not necessarily the best platform, but it's the most accessible to the general public, which is
Yeah.
why it is so popular.
Joe takes down another one.
But yeah,
Yeah, John and I like to stream together and work together, but the office is a little tight. So, like, I'm standing up kind of right now. We could both sit in here. It's a touch tight.
it is. We need to get this door out of here, and that would at least leave room for a second chair.
Yeah. And then, well, we're probably getting a bigger spot here soon. so
Yeah,
just-
it's not worth doing the construction now. But,
yeah. I don't know that taking this door off would really be construction technically, but
Well, you know what I mean. We
Yeah.
got to put it somewhere.
it's above my level of expertise. But
You need a hammer and a chisel, a screwdriver, and that's it. No wireless mics.
we have wireless mics, don't we?
We do for the
Yeah.
players, but
we could use them if we wanted to.
we could.
It's not the highest.
They're not the best quality.
It's just they're not. I don't know. It just wouldn't produce the best sound and everything together.
Right. And I'd still have to carry some, like a tablet or phone, to be able to read chat and then control the stream and all that stuff, because I'm not about to set up webhooks for OBS and then have to write a custom program to control the streaming software remotely.
So John's got a real job and not much of a life, but a little bit of a life outside of here. So he has. He only comes a few days a week. I pay well, but not well enough to get him to work more than that, apparently.
Pay well as in all the waters I can drink.
Well, I've seen you have a few Mountain Dews.
I did have a couple of sodas, that's true.
And I think I bought a pizza the other day.
You did.
So yeah, so he comes when he really wants to, and whenever we have some good matchups, and he thankfully gives me a night off every now and then that I can go out with my wife and keep her somewhat happy, or at least not as mad.
I can't believe Joe tried that.
He's gonna hit this little 4-9er bagger here coming up in a second, Artie.
What? Blade, thank you for the biddies.
What does that mean?
That means it's a donation.
Oh wow, awesome!
Yep.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bladehammer.
1,000 bits. That's awesome.
So we got a 4-9 combo coming up. He looks
Yes,
for great,
sir.
though. This 9 ball is about 4 inches from the hole. 6 inches maybe.
This is
Some
a
guys
hanger.
might call that a foot. Yeah, he looks really worried about it for some reason. I mean, you just gotta fire it.
I mean, yeah, he doesn't have much of a choice.
You're back cutting the 9, but looks just a slightly, so the 4 ball's coming way out of there if you hit this with speed. You know, the cue ball can stay down here, so you've got it built in. Not really necessarily. Oh wow, the 4 didn't come out. I thought
Yeah,
the
we
4
hit it
would
straight.
pound out of there as much as it was cutting it.
I didn't cut it that much. Yeah,
Oh.
Blade, I know it's 10.
Oh man, that's awesome. You don't know how much it means to us. Literally, like I give John the streaming money usually. Sometimes I steal like $10 of it, but I usually give him most of it, and that's how John literally buys himself dinner and things like that. And we really, really appreciate it. It's awesome. So thank you so much. We really try to entertain people, and like I said, we're gonna have some better stuff coming up, coming up soon. And we originally did the first Oscar Dominguez Justin Bergman match 5 years ago, and it was a wild success. And we never followed up with another big pay-per-view event for a few reasons. And I thought this place might be the right venue to do another one, but it wasn't. And I should have a new place open here soon, and I promise it will be. And we will have some more bigger events and more fun events. And we might even actually, if I can talk John into it, get out and do a do a big tournament somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that wants us to. So there is that possibility. And it would just be a one-off, you know, just something for us to go try and see if we like it. Because we both have too much going on to do anything like what Big Truck does. You know, we're not going to be traveling full-time to do do tournaments, I don't think, and
Yeah.
things like that in action. That's really Big Truck's amazing at what he does, and we thank him for everything. He helped us get started, actually.
He really did.
And I'm a subscriber to his service, as everybody should be.
Ooh.
He has great content, and I'm hoping that we'll be another service providing a lot of great content coming up here soon. We're very thankful to have some good players around here, and a few guys that love pool, and we're going to help put on some fun events and there'll be intimate events that'll be a lot of fun. And I don't know, exactly who all it will be, but I have my wish lists, and I'll be asking the guys to come play.
So, Brendan, I don't know if you saw that.
What?
I forgot my replay button.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, so let's just
That
watch this
action,
while he
that's
breaks.
really
for
Big
close.
Truck's amazing at what he does, and we thank him for everything. He helped us get started, actually.
He really did.
And I'm a subscriber to his service, as everybody should be.
Ooh.
He has great content, and I'm.
Yeah.
Oh, Terry.
Oh, hey, what's up, Clan? How you doing?
Yeah, how are you? I never remember which guys are which, but I remember seeing his name a bunch.
Yeah, he's been checking us out randomly since
Have you seen
for a long time.
Mike's Mykes? I think he's from like England or something. I forget.
I haven't seen him recently, but
He was in here quite a bit.
But yeah, he was. I did have a good long conversation with one of the days I wasn't here, but I was in the chat.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, well, that's
Yeah.
good to hear, Clan. Yeah, we're just got these couple of guys battling it out.
Yep. TV Terry and Fast Joey, author of The Hustled and Gotten, book out on Amazon, only $12.99 now after it's been rewritten, republished, and edited, and yeah. So check it out. Joey is the author, and he's the one beating up on TV Terry right here. He thought he was playing one pocket and thought that was a good shot, and he's incorrect.
Yeah.
Well, he was wrong for a lot of reasons if he was
Tables.
playing one pocket.
Let's see what happens here. There's another one of these goofy tables like that. That 5 doesn't have
What's
to go off
next?
the 6.
Yeah, you're right. So the 4-ball, though, is...
Yeah,
that-
but he's got to worry about the 4-ball first. Yeah.
Is it a 4? No, it doesn't look like it goes off the 9 towards the 6, does it? I can't tell.
Let's see.
I don't know if it'll go towards the 6-ball enough.
He might just be playing it up and bring the table.
Oh, he banked it.
2 rails?
Nope.
Little kick? Something? Anything?
Nope. Oh, safe.
How about that? How about that?
I think he only's got a... Can he jump half this ball, or he's kicking? So
I
maybe not.
haven't seen Joe jump a ball in months.
Really?
Mm-mm. He just kicks at everything now.
Oh, wow. I think he got safe.
I was gonna say everything's all right.
I think he got safe out of that. Or maybe not.
Well, it's hard for him to make it and get anything on the 5, but
Wow, man, he's got a shot. If he just makes the 4,
he
he'll be
should,
loving
unless he
life.
gets hooked behind the 7. But he's got to move beyond that, yeah.
That cue went on a wild...
Yeah, it did. That thing shot out straight sideways. Sometimes that happens, though.
I don't want to make this sound mean at all, but it almost looks like a really good player trying to show that he doesn't have a stroke like he's dumping. But I don't think there's no reason for that at all. Like, he's never going to make a score off Joe or anything like that. Like,
Right.
he's not. Like, it's absolutely not happening. I'm just saying that's what it almost looks like.
I think it's just that thing where, sometimes your mechanics just kind of fall apart and you kind of get in that groove. And he's from that era where the body English was part of your movement, and trying to keep it straight versus not.
Yeah.
Your subconscious doing. I mean, how many times do we see this all day long? Some guy shoots a ball and try to cut it in, and then they swing their elbow out trying to do something.
Dave Powell.
Well, but he does it every shot, though. I'm talking about like those random shots.
His is weird, too, because he almost goes in.
Yeah, his does kind of go very bizarre.
It looks like it goes in or something, like he's got an innie.
Is this 8 past the 9, lower
Yes, absolutely.
right? It must, because he played shape for it.
Yeah, it absolutely does. I can tell that from standing up backwards, looking sideways out of my bad eye, John. Actually, I think that's my good eye. I forget.
Yeah. Any pictures of the cues we have would be there for now. I don't know how often we post up new pictures of cues we get in stock or what's available. That's really more Brennan stuff, but I know that every time he gets cues, we post up
If you-
pictures of stuff.
If you pop that commercial on, most of what we got's on there. There might be a couple cues missing, but I got a lot of what I got on there.
I think it's most of the stuff in the store, though, right?
Yeah, I got a few things at home and a few things that probably aren't pictured. So I mean, I can give you a real quick rundown on what I got. It's not hard.
Nah, he just wants to see him.
Oh,
Just one of those guys, you know.
go, like I said, check out the Players Club page on Facebook. You can go to my photos and check out all the photos, and you'll see a ton of them.
Yeah.
You could also go to Facebook and go to the groups and go to like Open Billiard Market and then search my name, and you'll see all my posts. There's probably about 100 cues and cases and things like that listed on there. So those would be two good ways you could find it. Open Billiard Market. Be careful if you're in there buying and selling and things like that. There is some rules and things you should know and ways to protect yourself. And I'm happy to help anybody that's trying to do that. But it's worth doing. There's very, ways you can get scammed. There's scammers in there, and there's ways to get scammed, and you've got to protect yourself. No,
Are you on iPool?
I don't know what iPool is. No, I don't think that's me. I mean, unless John's got us on iPool, and I don't know about it.
No, I don't know anything about iPool.
Nope. I'm Brendan Sullivan, owner of the Players Club. I'm usually around Calcutta's in the Midwest, in places like Olathe and Indianapolis, and I'm always at Derby City every year gambling. I'm usually at, like I said, I go to Olathe, I go to Indianapolis to John Wayne's, I go to occasionally to Nashville and Memphis. I used to go to Memphis a lot when one of the best guys in pool ever, Tracy Whitney, was running more pro tournaments. And I used to love Memphis a little bit more than I do so now. I go to New Orleans every year. So I was there for the Orcolo Shohan one pocket match this year. I go to, where else? I can't think of other places we go. Oh, Millersburg, the I-70 shootout that my buddy Gilbert Gilipino Akela runs. Yeah, actually, Blade, there's a few dealers, okay, that I know really well on there, and they deal in those size cues specifically, which I'm the opposite. I deal in cues up to $1,000 only, and I used to deal in bigger cues, but they don't match my business model at all, and I'm not interested in it right now. So the guys that I know do it, they do it very well, and I can, if you tell me what you're looking for, I'll be happy to find you some cues, and like I said, there'll be coming from professional dealers, that'll stand behind their business, so that's why I'm saying that if you're buying a $2,000 cue, it'd be worth it to donate $10 or $20 to me to help you ensure that everything's going to go right. And to be honest with you, I'd help anybody anyway, but we appreciate the donations to help keep us going. I don't make a lot of money here. We don't have a liquor license. We don't have anything. I charge these guys, like $4 an hour table time. I usually give guys breaks if they play long times. I charge $1 a piece for sodas and snacks and things like that. And everybody is welcome here. This is not just a high-rolling gambling house. It's not a this or that or the other. It's whatever you want to make it. There's three very young, not young in age, but young and green kind of players playing here last night and having a couple of beers that they brought in and had a blast. And they just had a great time. That's what they were here for. Some guys come here to learn. Some guys come here to teach. We actually have a couple guys that come here that just really love to teach, and they show guys stuff, and it's really neat. And some guys just want to be around it, just want to watch, just want to be a part of it. Some guys want to bitch about their wives. Some guys want to show their chest hair. You just never know. So it's a little men's club, and occasionally a woman comes in here. I keep the bathroom spotless, except when one of our local drunks is here. And that's what we do here, man. We're all good friends. We all get along pretty damn well here. The guys that don't get along here usually don't hang out here too much. It's an intimate little spot. It's not easy to get away from anybody, Personalities can clash here, I've gotten into it with a couple guys that have been in here, every day. So it just happens. And I tell them the same thing. Hey, man, if we're going to be like brothers and you're going to spend that much time in here, we're going to fight and you're going to have to get over it, So, that's the way it's going to have to be. So we're thrilled to have this little venue, and Joey Vola's getting ready to break again. Let's see how his breaks evolved here for the day. John's taking a quick break. Breaking from the right side, let's look for this 4-ball to go in the pocket, which it did, straight in. He's got the 1 ball down here, and he has a shot or a safety. I would bet he's going to shoot. He has 6 balls left on the table. He made 3 balls on the break. What a monster break that is. No, Oakland, I have 2. Here, I'll show you. So this is our dual cam. You can kind of see where that's my front door up on the left. And my 7-foot table, that's my 7-foot diamond. And then you can see the legs of it on this other screen. And then we're sitting right here behind Joe in a little office streaming. And then I've got some like file cabinets and refrigerators and a bathroom and other stuff back here. So it's just about 1,000 square foot little club. That's it. No, it's just the front door of the shop. Yeah, I'm in a little strip mall kind of thing. There's an Asian restaurant next door to me and an insurance guy on the other side of me. And our complex is kind of cool, actually. There's a church, there's a bird store, a tattoo shop, a place called Bobby's Place, which is named after Bobby Plager, a former famous St. Louis blues player. There's an auto detail shop, a carpet place, and the Axe House, where they throw axes at targets, like metal, or not metal, wood, great big wood targets. So it's a cool little complex right at 141 and 44 in St. Louis, Missouri. More specifically, Valley Park, Missouri. Joe's running the balls, good here. Fires the 9 in. He's going to take a pretty good lead here. I may have missed a game, so I could be off a touch. But Joe is still pouring it on a little bit. Terry seems much more comfortable, but he's not all the way back yet. But at any point in time, it could flip. And I know he's dying to get to that point in time. He just wants to play good. That's the only point he cares about. He just wants to play good, I think. John, you ready to sit down? You want me to stand up? All right. You've never been to America? Well, let me know when you're coming. Like I said, if we got something going on, we're right in the middle of the country. So in St. Louis, Missouri, we're the dead center of the country. So just kind of depends. There's so many different things in different areas and different parts of America, and it's so big. You're gonna have to pick a few places to go to, and you know, it's tough. But the United States definitely has a lot of cool, cool places to visit if you're into pool. I've still got a few places I need to get to real bad. I got to see Griff's in Vegas, and you know what? It's nice, but it really is. It didn't really like wow me as much as I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be a really big place, especially being on the outskirts of Vegas, where I figure things are kind of cheaper in the desert, you know. But I was kind of surprised. Clan, you know, I didn't know what snooker was, and my parents, my mom and her husband, and took my brother's family and myself and my wife, and we went to Ireland, and I found myself a pool hall once, and I had to go to this back alley, then go upstairs, and it turned out to be huge. And I had never seen snooker before, so I had no idea what they were doing. I was stunned. I'm trying to figure it out how they're shooting balls with these pencils with little erasers on the end of them. You know, and I was just stunned. I'm like, I couldn't even figure out the game because I'm like, there's no rhyme or reason to this goddamn game. You know, like, whoa. You know, they shoot balls in, they come back out, they do this, they're all numbered wrong, or half of them are fucking red. You know, I mean, I know you guys do a lot of stuff backwards across over their seas, but I will say this. So it was really cool to get to see all that in Ireland, and it was funny too because I think they had one 7-foot valley, which it's a 3.5 by 7 foot little bar table we call it here, and it was like all dusty and crusty, and you know, like I don't think anybody had ever played on it before. It looked like hell. Funny thing is here on the coast, it's the same thing. When I went to this big pool hall in North Carolina where my stepsisters are. It's all 9-foot tables everywhere except for this one bar table that had like boxes and shit all over it. I don't think anybody had ever requested to play on it before. Pool's spinning that way, I think. I don't know if the new Valleys, I do like them with the flush pockets and everything. They're nice little tables. There's nothing wrong with them, and they're about half the cost or less than a diamond table. So I think they're still good for bars and things like that. No problems with them whatsoever. They're a little easier to make balls on, a little easier to play on, which I think is better for players that are just trying to have fun. But for us, this is the best competitive table, I think, to play on. They're playing on the Rasan tables at the Moscone Cup. And I haven't heard anywhere near the complaints that we had. I don't know if it was last year or the year before or both. But I have not heard anywhere near the amount of complaints about the table. And I think I heard Shane had one set up for him not that long ago. Yeah. So I don't know if he had his diamond taken down or, you know, I'm not sure. Joe fires another bank in, left himself jacked up over the 7-ball, though. This is going to be a tester here to poke this ball in the side pocket. Getting on the 6 is no issue at all, but apparently that one wasn't either. The 7-ball's close enough to the hole. You just have to not get hooked on the 8 here, not get too greedy. When I say that, I just meant don't go looking for that side pocket. Just take the length here. You don't need to get close. Now this 8-ball can get a little funny here if you try to get funny on it like that. I don't know why he tried that, but I had a bad feeling about it. He could have just hit high ball, came up the table a little bit, and then you can either poke it and take the little tougher shot on the 9 or something. But now he's yeah, I didn't like that. I had a bad feeling about it. He's going to get away with it, it looks like, but I had a bad feeling about it. I just know these guys all well enough. I can feel it coming, you know. And Joe escaped this one, it looks like, to take another lead. I may have missed a game. I am. How do you know? Huh? Yeah, but you were outside. How'd you even know? That's what I'm saying. I didn't even see that one. Yeah. I'm still touch delirious. I'm trying to... Dude, I'm telling you. Well, last night I didn't get home until, you know, Mike and I played a quick set because those guys were here. And, of course, literally like 5 minutes after we start, they leave, and I could have left. And so instead, me and Mike are stuck here for like an hour and a half. I almost beat him. I think he beat me like by one game, like 7-6. I did. Yeah, I was playing good. He made a couple mistakes, and I was playing good. But he got me. Same thing that always happens to me. But, yeah, so we end up not leaving here till like friggin' 12, and then I get home, and then I don't go to bed till 3, and then I have to get up at 8, and then now I'm exhausted again. And I still haven't eaten very much. I'm still starving to death. I had some Chinese or Thai food next door. Was that your food that came in? Did you eat? Who got food? Huh. Oh. All right. Here we go, Joe. Oh, you had some things clipped for me and Mike. Yeah, we were having fun. I played pretty good, I thought, man, but he beat me. Yeah, we do, man. And, hey, don't take any offense to this. I heard the food in England is just awful. I mean, awful. The food in Ireland is as bad as it could get. I'd never had food that bad before, or that much of it, or realized that many different places could have that bad of food. Ireland is an incredible place, man, but I tell you what, it isn't for the food. And I love to go on vacation, and one of the reasons is because I love to eat. But I'm telling you, man, I'm going to have to trust you, and I'm coming there in about 10 and a half, 11 more years. I'll be back there. I'm going to take my kids when they're 18 and 21 to Ireland, and then we're going to ditch them and send them home. And my wife and I are going to go into England and then into Amsterdam and then Germany is the plan as of right now. So I will be there, man, and I'm telling you, I pray, because like I said, I love to eat on vacation, man, and I'm telling you, Ireland just killed me, dude. I mean, just killed me. The Burger King was no good, or McDonald's or whatever it was. The beef was like grass-fed beef and tasted rotten. You guys, for some reason, think sausage and bacon like is something it's not. You know, bacon's one of the best things that ever was invented, and you guys got some Canadian bacon in fucking Ireland and England, and I don't understand it. And somebody decided to start putting butter on bread and whenever you make a sandwich. I don't understand that move. Cold butter on white bread before you put meat on it. Shepherd's pie, man, we call that clean out the cooler here in St. Louis. You know, I've worked in enough hotels, man, and I'm telling you, I used to yell at my chef all the time. I was a director of food and beverage for a while before I became a GM in a few different hotels. And I tell you what, I used to tell them all the time, I swear to God, if you put what you call shepherd's pie out for the employee meal again, when I know it's called clean out the cooler stew, you know, I was like, man, you can't just keep feeding these people that stuff. Joe's going to get, give up a shot, but this isn't a good one. I don't know if Terry's going to try to cut this all the way down with some outside English or bank this ball up in the corner and try to get the cue ball below these balls, maybe. He cut it, rattled it, and he's going to leave it right in the middle rail. Leave a real tough shot for Joe. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you guys, man. Like I said, I've been into something that damn near killed me for breakfast. I don't know what it was, man. I think it was called blood sausage or something. Dude, I can eat fish and chips. I don't have a problem with it, but I can only eat so much fried food. Like, I'm kind of a healthy guy these days. But even when I was a fat guy, man, I still only like to eat fish and chips like once or twice a year, maybe. And usually I do that in Louisville. Black pudding, maybe that was it. I don't know, man. But I'm telling you, I've been into something that man, nobody should ever have to touch. Yeah, but so in Louisville near Derby City, there's a restaurant there, and almost every restaurant there serves. Joe's gonna get saved. No, he's not. Almost every restaurant there serves fish and chips. It seems like, but I tell you what, the one we went to, man, it was actually pretty good. Like I said, I don't mind eating a little fried cod every now and then, you know. But yeah, whatever that shit is, man, you guys can all have it. And bleh. Black pudding is blood pudding is what they're saying. Yeah, exactly. I'm telling you, man. The breakfast, though, I had to say was one of the best parts, though, because at least they had, like, you know, Danishes and, you know, different things you could actually eat. Oh, God, man. You know, and then, like I said, lunch, I'd get a roast beef sandwich, and then I'd bite into it and find out somebody put butter on it. That one torched me. And then the grass-fed beef is just different than we have here in well, not anymore. Now you can find it places, but I'm not a fan. Joe dogged that 9. He's going to leave Terry long and hard on this ball, but I expect Terry to make this ball, actually. Hey, you know, the cool thing about America is he did make it. Look at that. He followed it right in. No, he didn't. He held it up. I like the food in America because you can get just about anything you want in almost, you know, most big cities you go to. There's so many variety. We've got a Thai restaurant next to us, and the guy's actually from Thailand, and his whole family works there, and the food's amazing. You know, we all eat over there a lot, you know, and so I thoroughly enjoy that. And it just says Asian Corner is all it's called, so I thought it was Chinese food at worst, which I'm not. I'll eat a Chinese buffet every now and then, but I'm not a giant Chinese food fan. But this Asian food has some phenomenal flavor to it, man. I really enjoy it. And then, you know, steak and potatoes to me are what I love the most. So I don't like Indian food. I don't like the smell of it. I used to work a lot of Indian weddings working in hotels. They do a lot of huge weddings, and they're amazing to get to be a part of. One of the things they want to do is they want to pay their own caterer to come in and do the food. And then, you know, I loved it for my staff because my chef and all the cooks got Saturday night off, and I was thrilled for them. You know, and we charged the Indian families would pay a ton of money for these weddings. I mean, just a ton. And they were just amazing things to be part of. They spent a lot of money, and they were really cool. But the food, my God, my kitchen and my banquet rooms would smell to all holy hell for, like, man, it felt like ever. But yeah, I can't eat Indian food. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that. That's what I'm telling you. Like, the beef in Europe, just, man, I couldn't eat it. Like, it was not good. Yeah, so Yeah, I was not a fan. Yeah, there's tons of. I don't eat Mexican food, but there's a ton of Mexican food all over, you know, St. Louis and probably every city. Like, it's so good. Most people love it so much, but I'm not. I don't eat spicy food, and I don't eat cheese. You know, I don't eat pizza. It's like I said, it's just meat and bread for me, basically.
But he basically goes on the website like once every couple of weeks.
And I lost about 35 pounds in the last 2 years, so I'm I eat a little differently than I used to. But I still eat ice cream sandwiches, not the shitty kind. I eat M&M chocolate ice cream sandwiches with chocolate ice cream inside of them. My birthday's coming up on December 20th, which is what my wife and kids are making me. But Clan, if you ever come in, Blade, same thing, man. We'd love to have you guys. Or if you're going to go to a big tournament, let me know. I usually go to Derby City every year. It's an amazing event to come to if you get the chance. The cool thing about it is it's so vast and so large, and if you want to play, you can play. Like, if you go to the Moscone Cup, you know, you're there to watch pool all day and then get hammered in Vegas pretty much. The U.S. International Open is pretty cool in Vegas. I got to go see that. I've never been to the U.S. Open in Virginia. I've never been to the Super Billiard Expo, wherever it is, up there in the Northeast. Those would be cheaper for you to go to. It's just a nice little dash across the pond. But to get all the way to the middle of the country might cost a touch more. But like I said, we'd love to have you. We're about a 12-hour drive from the coast, and then up in the Northeast would be another, 4, 5, 6, 10 hours, depending on where you're going. Down in the Southwest, pool's pretty cool. Freezers is open in Arizona, Scott Frost Place. I'm not sure how big of a part of it he is anymore, but I know he's hanging out there again. Terry hung that 1, getting position on the 2, so Joe's going to get a chance. And then Oscar Dominguez took over Sacramento Hard Times, I believe. It was Sacramento. I could be wrong with that. But Oscar Dominguez is running that now, which is really cool. I'd love to get down there to see that.
Curry's like the name of their Best Buy or their fries or whatever, so it's like it's Monday like here.
I've never been to the Diamond Billiards in Florida, which I'd like to get to, or Justin Hall plays out of. I'd like to go see that place. I heard it's pretty cool. I love Olathe, Shooters in Olathe. It's a huge pool hall. I think it's about 17,000 square feet, and they've got about 30-something pool tables. And that's what I aspire to become someday. My next shop, when I open it, I think it's going to have 4 bar tables and 2 big tables, if I'm correct. That's what I'm working towards. However, there's another spot I'm looking at where I would have 6 bar tables and 2 big tables. And you'll see some small 4- and 8-man one-pocket events, pro events, mixed events. And I'm hoping to start having fun here real soon. Yeah, what do you do, Clan? Yeah, I don't know. Like, the Moscone Cup for me, I don't know. Like, I like to interact more, and I just don't know that I'm not saying I would never go to it, because I would in a heartbeat, like if I'm retired. But I don't know that's going to be on the top of my list of trips to make. Like right now, like I said, I like to go to New Orleans every year. I usually go to the Indianapolis tournaments when I can. I usually go to Olathe when I can. I usually go to a couple other places. Plus, oftentimes there's some local stuff that's fun to go to. This weekend I played at a Teachers Bead tournament that Jake holds. It's probably the best bead tournament. It's just really fair, and it's like the same group of guys that know each other. We know how each other plays. It's not a lot of... it's a fun tournament, tough tournament. I went 2-2, which I guess is about what you're supposed to do. But I feel like I beat 2 guys that were... that were tough for me to beat, really tough. Actually, and then I lost to 2 guys. I lost to the guy that won the tournament. Nice out here from Terry. And so I lost to the guy that won the tournament 9-4. Robbie Patrick, Doug Patrick's son. Doug Patrick's a cue builder, formerly out of Kansas, now back in Granite City, Illinois, which is right across the river from St. Louis, Missouri. Doug Patrick was a sponsor of Alex Ollinger. Not sure if he still is. I know he sponsors 1 or 2 other players, but I'm not positive about that. But he's got himself a little spot over there in Granite City, Illinois now. Oh, yeah. Buddy, I go to the post office every day. Believe me, I know. It's miserable going there in December, especially when you're going around, like lunch hours and you know, I mean, geez, it can be rough, man. Sometimes you wait behind like 10 people. And I know what it's like to deal with the general public, man. And I don't know if you're the guy out front that deals with the general public, man, but Jesus. I occasionally or often feel sorry for you guys. I did 110% give my postal lady a $20 bill today when I picked up my stuff, or when she dropped off my stuff. I love her. She's been delivering to me for the whole 15 years I've lived there in my house. So I dropped her a 20 spot today. She often leaves cues at my door. I order my boxes. She has to deliver. When I order 3 sets of those boxes, she delivers them all, and it's probably, you know, heavy and a pain in the butt. I was glad I got to give her something this year. I wasn't always in the position to do that.
It's crazy when you 3-rail them all over here and actually landed and using 6 rails all over.
All right, well, Terry is washing his face here now that he's got control of the table. He's got these balls racked. While we got a second, let's have a little fun here. So Terry's going to break, and if he's breaking from this side, we should see the 6 ball go towards this corner. The 1 ball is going to go up here, but it could go in. It could come down. Look for this ball to come cross side. This ball maybe come out, you know, something like that. This ball, I think, usually comes this way. You guys aren't seeing any of this shit. Never mind. I'll see if I can find the, Alright, here we go. There we go. Alright, so 6 ball over here. 1 ball up this way, either in or down. Oh, nope. We're going the other side here. Clear quick. 8 ball here. 1 ball here. Wow. So either put a rack on himself or just smashed him bad. But he hung the 1. Joe's going to have a jump shot if he chooses, but from what I've heard, he hasn't used a jump cue in a year. So, not sure what this plan's going to be here. Doesn't look good, though. Wow, he spun around it. I thought he was going to have to really go around it, which I was wrong. Now we're going to see a kick on the 2. I wonder why he just gave up jumping. I guess he just completely gave it up. I wonder if somebody told him to do that, or if he did it on his own, or what happened here. But he's snookered old TV Terry now. So I have refrigerators. I do not have a liquor license or a bar. There is a liquor store in our parking lot, and occasionally a guy might grab himself a bottle, and I sell soda and a few other things here. Candy, chips, stuff like that. So the guys, not a lot of pool players drink, but like I said, the 3 guys came in last night, all brought themselves a little cooler with a 6-pack and had themselves a blast. You know, we've got one drunk that tried to hang out in here. He doesn't come in here much more. He got tired of getting called out on Facebook for pissing all over the place in here. Yeah, man, but that's not the only thing. The number 1 beer over here is Bud Light. And over there in Ireland, it was damn near impossible to get a Bud Light. And then we've got this other country here in the United States. It's called California. And they have the same fucking problem out there. You can't get a Bud Light out there to save your life either. Anheuser-Busch is home here in St. Louis. You know, that's so Anheuser-Busch is St. Louis is a huge Anheuser-Busch area. Yeah, Miller Lite's no fucking good, neither is Coors Light. But my brother and I, so when we were in Ireland, we went to the same bar 2 nights in a row, and the second night they're like, guys, you drank all the Bud Light we had yesterday. They're like, the bar next door didn't have any more either. You know, and so we had to drink like Coors Light, and that happened to us everywhere we went in Ireland. And we tried to drink Guinness. We tried to drink some other shit. We went to the Guinness brewery. We went to the Jameson distillery. We, you know, I don't even drink anymore, really. I had to give it up. I just get sick. But, yeah, we did. We went to the, and went all the way up to the top up there and looked out the glass windows and everything. You know, it was amazing. And the Guinness doesn't taste the same over there as it does here. Yeah, I don't even really drink beer anymore. I hate to say it, Clan, but you might like this. I'm a White Claw man myself now. I only drink when I go out with my wife. It's pretty embarrassing, so I send her to the bar so she can order a Bud Light and a White Claw or Truly beverage, at which point they usually set the Bud Light in front of me and the White Claw in front of her, at which point we switch them. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. See, now, I didn't think it was thicker. I just thought it wasn't as bitter. You know, like it didn't have that, like, I don't know, like, it just tasted a little, I want to say sweeter, but I don't know. Number one, it's been 12 years, and number two, I literally drank less than one, and probably 40 or 50 Bud Lights right after. So here's a funny one, Clan. I don't know if you heard this one before. A lot of people have. When my brother and I were in Ireland, we went out the first night in Dublin together. The girls were all tired, so my brother and I went out to have a few drinks. Well, we pre-drank at dinner with everybody a little bit, so we each had probably like 3 or 4 beers, or something like that. The very first bar we go to, they wouldn't let me in. They said I was too drunk. I literally had like 4 Bud Lights at this point. And I said, what are you talking about? I said, we're in Ireland. I haven't even barely gotten started yet. And the guy's like, yeah, maybe another time, huh? And I'm like, yeah, are you fucking kidding me? So we went to a few more bars and then came back and they let me in. I made sure I was really lit up then. I also went to a strip club in Ireland, which is a unique experience of its own. Girls are a touch pasty. Not known for extremely toned bodies. Dark, too. It's dark in there. What? Get that shit out of here. I didn't know John had European blue on. Well, let's see if Terry hit that ball really nice, man. Is this ball going to spin out a little bit? It is. He's got a great shot here. Just play this nice and easy for the 9 up on the other side. He's going to make the 9 ball a little tough, but I don't think you're going to need to jerk this ball around trying to get other shape. Oh, yeah, he struggled with that one, but look at this. Joe's jerked off over the 9 ball. He's going to have to pound this ball to get shape on the 9. I mean, pound it. Because you're hitting so down on it, you're going to be driving it into the rail. Look at that. He couldn't even get it out of there anyway. That's what I'm saying. Like, you're hitting so far down on that ball that you're just driving it into the rail, it seems like. I didn't like that. No, I don't like this either. He needs to get a bridge. Jesus Christ, these guys. Before anybody says anything or thinks anything, these guys could both give me the 7 in the break and beat me bad, so I just talk some good shit from back here. I have never missed a ball from back here. Yeah, dude, I understand. Man, these guys are struggling with this 8 ball here. I get it, man. Like, I just can't drink that stuff. I never could. I've never had a very strong stomach. You know, I don't like yeah, no, like I said, we got that weird. I think California is like part of Europe now. Because I tell you what, I couldn't get a Bud Light there to save my life. They looked at me like I had 2 heads every time I asked them for one. I mean, California's a little strange, man. It's a little different. God love them all. I don't hate any of them for it. I love all the Europeans too, man. But I don't like to wear capris, eat grass-fed horse meat, beef, or you know, drink a beer with 9,000 too much flavor in it. Oh, they're done? Oh, all right. We might be done here, folks. Hang on. We'll see whatever else happens here. Give me a minute, and I'll be back.
What's going on, guys? Real quick, while I got this downtime, I am going to go ahead and run a quick commercial just to help anybody else that hops in. They don't have to watch that commercial before they get started. Give me 60 seconds, and we'll be back. And then we'll run a little highlight reel. And I think Mike and I are going to play a set. I'm just going to pull a cue off the wall, I guess, and we'll do something like that. But hang out with us for just a minute, and I'll have some more information right when we come back. All right, guys. Thanks for that. Appreciate you hanging out for during that little commercial break here. Clan, as far as Florida goes, it's a very big, popular vacation spot. I'm not a big fan, but IBA there does love Florida, so he can tell you a little bit more about it. But it's beaches, ocean line kind of stuff. Not huge waves, so it's not the best place to go surfing, but it is a good place to see, sea wildlife, ocean wildlife, things like that. If you want to see some alligators, you can do that there as well. I think Mike and I are gonna play a set unless we got something else going on here.
I don't want to talk about it. I'm just saying hi, buddy. I'm not wanting to talk about the match.
We do have another guy just walked in, so we might have something else going on. But if anyone's not familiar with what we have here, I'm going to do a quick little video walkthrough of the place. So I'll throw these up here. So we do have accessories for some cues that we have, some used cues, some new cues.
I just came up here for Terry, I wanted to entertain him.
And as Brendan mentioned, we are a JB dealer, so we got JB cases on the wall, kind of all over the place. Some are in boxes, some stacked up. We can custom order JB cases at all. Most Predator cues, most Predator items we can order. If anyone needs anything or is curious about it, make sure you send a message on over to Brendan. You can hit us up at the Facebooks. All right, it's enough of that. Let's see. So we're still kind of talking around here. Blade, most everything he does is done through Facebook, just because that's the platform that he knows. He's not very tech savvy, but he does stuff through the open billiard market there. He does do some stuff on AZ Billiards. I can't remember what his name on AZ Billiards is, but it's out there. But he sells some stuff through there if you're still active in the forums. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Well, thanks, Mike. I appreciate you talking in chat because we do need it. Is Brendan the guy on the table? He was the guy in the gray shirt that was just walking around. The guy that just threw some balls out here, this is Tom. He comes in from time to time. He likes to play one pocket. So yeah, yeah, let me go see what we're doing, if anything's going on out here. Oh, Zelda, you don't want to do that. Yeah, Mike, Joe did end up on top of that one. Yes, Mike was the guy playing on the... Oh, Mike and Brendan both played on the 7-footer last night. Mike was the guy in the bandana. So Tom's just going to hit some balls, and I'm going to go out there and see... Yeah, Mike is the one with the great break. Zelda, you're just new here. I appreciate it. Yeah, that's a different Mike, not Mike C. That's a different guy who hasn't been in a long time. Mike, when are you coming back down here? The other Mike is here right now. There's a lot of mics that come in here. A lot. Like, I'm not kidding. I think we have 5 or 6 mics that frequent this place, so it gets confusing when we talk about Mike. But yeah, Zelda, hang out a little more and you'll realize that I'm not the horse you want to bet on for long races. I just get lucky sometimes. But it's all in good fun, that's for sure. All right, I'm going to step away for just a minute. And yeah, let me see if I can find out if anything's going to go on. I'll let you guys know. Mike, let me see if anyone is interested. Let me see if I can find something for you to do before you make that drive. Hang out in the chat for just a minute, and I'll see. I'll let you know. I'll be right back.
Devastating.
You won ball, you said? Yeah. Okay. Guess I'll try it.
You wanna hit some? Oh, you already hit some.
Yeah, the first place.
you're in a bad game when they do that, Terry. Are you doing numbers or something?
Yeah, he is.
Okay. Did you hear me, Brendan? He goes, you can have the first break. I said, you know you're in a bad game when he's offering you the first break for free.
I got Buddy Hall in there. No, that's good.
Yeah, I got it. I got one in there. Haven't washed my hands.
Break like 7 or 8 years ago. You remember that, Terry? One of your last tournaments when Buddy Hall came? Pretty sure it was the time when Scott was there, but I'm not positive. Last year. Anyway, Buddy played in this tournament. I bought him for like $150. Apparently, I was really good at it.
Oh, yeah.
He goes like 2 and out in the tournament.
Made the nine. See that?
Then a little while later,
Who's the nine?
Street Saeed offers to play Justin. He beats Justin out of 100. Street Saeed.
Oh, yeah.
So then Buddy asked Street to play on Barkley. So Buddy like beats him like 7 to 1. I'm like, what do you only remember how to play now? Like, you couldn't play at all during the tournament?
You know the rules, right?
I think so. You spot the balls on the women and ugly.
After I'm done shooting.
Yeah.
But like I can't do a 2-1 combo here. They have to go in clean.
Right.
So you have to go no kicks, no banks. Like kick banks.
Right. No kickback.
Behind the line on the scratch. If you make one in scratch, it's just like one pocket. You put the one you make. I mean, we don't have to call obvious shit. But like anything 2 rails or more, I'd pretty go with. I don't know. That's 2 real good. Yeah, don't scream this down. No, I'm serious. Huh? You okay with that?
All right, guys. So,
We don't scream sounds big.
we're not going to stream the bank match, but Mike and I are going to play a set on the bar box. So, you'll have that, I guess. And we'll just do, we're going to be doing races to 7.
Bucky's gonna run 5 and out on me.
And so we're just, we're going to go ahead and get that started here in just a minute. And I'm going to go find a cue, and then we'll do that. Wow, why is that? Somebody hit my camera. It's all twisted sideways. Awesome. Anyway, I'm going to be away, but I'll be monitoring the chat. But I won't be able to... I'm not going to be on the mic, is basically what I'm saying with that. So... Do you guys play even? Mike and I play even, yeah.
On the last shot.
Oh, are you talking about Zelda? No, Tom asked to not be on the stream, and so I have to honor that. So, no split screen. We're just going to keep this one on for a while. But I'll be checking in with you guys, and like I said, I'll be in the chat. But commentator is stepping away.
He's
chat bot just immediately blocked it. So then he spelled it with a K and it blocked it again. And then he
This game's
spelled
like
it with
this.
KH
They're
and
like,
blocked it again.
I go a lot of
And then
innings
he butted
sometimes
it up
without
against
making
with another word, and I'm like, all right, just get out of here. Like, you're just being an ass. Like, you know, just say it one time and then whatever, and then like try and bring this game. You know why?
No, yeah. Just to play diamond.
Feel like himself. Oh yeah, it was bad. say anything. I'm like, who switched the music?
Wrecking Ball is my favorite Miley Cyrus song.
We're gonna go right there, 4 rails.
Okay. I get the ball. In the way, Sid.
I'll get creative with it.
3 rails is set up.
Alright.
It's got a chance.
Dinger, baby!
No, too high. Off the titty, I'll see.
Oh! By the way. Yeah, I think we hiked around multiple times now.
Oh, there it was.
Seem to crawl in here whenever,
Right.
There's nothing I will do to protect my customers from that. These little fuckers dive bomb me, man. They're evil.
Talking about going back here and that low retail.
Go back to work. Go back.
I didn't mean to.
She's like that stealing voice, like, you know what I mean? It's like, God, I got an idiot over here.
Because you didn't believe it. You didn't say it with confidence.
Why do you think? Richard Brooks. Whether you think you can or you think you can't, you're probably right.
I had a buddy, he looked like Rod Stewart. Exactly like him. And he loved wrestling. Well,
You don't know who Rod Stewart is.
Maggie May? You don't know who fucking Rod Stewart is? Anyway, he's a singer.
Old gay singer guy with the
Yeah.
haircut?
Yeah, he looked like him with the long blonde hair. Anyway, likes wrestling. I said, hey man, you really believe that shit? He goes, Mama told me a long time ago, if you believe some of it, you gotta believe it all. I was like, okay, dude. You're fucking ate up. It was funny. Believe some of it, he believed all of it. Wow. Oh, that would've been cold.
How long gotta get out?
I can never turn this ball. Whenever I'm going that way, trying to turn back this way.
Harder on this table. Well, I'm trying to stay.
spicy tornado. It was a special on the day. But yeah, it was a hot capicola. Smaller than garden era. I think it had the Mercy Mayo.
Put you to hurt yourself there. Hey, with the fucking hip shimmy shit. Holy shit. There's nothing to pull from there. Miles, hold it.
I'm worried about hitting it. That's why I'm worried about hitting it too far. I'm right there.
Oh, come on, get the game.
What? Sorry. Leave it in here.
All right, we're on a little bit of a player break right now, so I'm going to take this opportunity to run a quick 60 minute, that would be a hell of a commercial, a quick 60-second commercial real quick, and we'll be right back. Hang on, guys. Oh, I need to update the score. It's 4-5-1. I don't know. Yeah, 5-1. I'm getting destroyed, but that's all right. Hang in there. I'm gonna run this quick little 60-second ad real quick so that viewers joining don't have to watch that commercial upstart. So, be right back.
already had Shane the whole lot of the first 2 days.
Yeah, Rob.
How much longer do you play?
If he goes for 4 days, he won't play nothing. Will he?
I don't know the exact.
They go to 11, don't they?
Yeah, I don't know the exact number.
Man, I didn't realize Moscone Cup was so brutal.
Oh yeah.
You know what? Dude, that ain't nothing. You gotta watch. Go back and watch it last year over there.
England.
Oh.
It's like watching them dart matches, dude. Everybody's got a beer in their hand and a motherfucker coming out of their mouth. It's nuts. It's like the sports center on crack. I knew that motherfucker made that ball.
Good Sports Center and you got it.
That was his playpen.
I think you had pretty much fun there too.
Oh, I had lots of fun. That's when pool halls had girls. I had lots of fun.
That was also when you could go in a pool room with like $3 and walk out with $1,000. Weird. Chain of events.
Watch the meatiest motherfuckers make $1 million.
I'll just say Ray was the only person ever wanted to have me play something for $3. So I don't know how everybody wanted $3.
I watched Minnow.
What about Dallas or no? Campbell Down playing $3 a game. You got 86 games to lose.
Ride the rail.
Yeah, ride the rail. Rhea once asked me, she was there, and then she asked me to play a race to 3 for $5.
Did she have the money?
I don't know.
That's probably all over the country.
Never got that far. I'm like, I'm not playing a race to 3 for $5. I'm not.
Minnow beats Big Jake out of like 2,500. He had $7 in his pocket. Fucking remember Greg and Julie? Quick Trip Greg, tall, skinny, black hair.
I didn't see it.
Joe. Joe and his crew beat Perry out of 400. He had about 55 with 3 of them. Like Perry, I got about $60 with 3 of them.
Jake come in so football. Heads! Much fucking shit. That's the weirdest shit I've ever seen.
How much did he win?
Greg won like 1,200 maybe.
Four ball.
Did you?
I beat Joe 21 passes of craps, and he knew I was firing a one bear with $100 Still sick as that.
I've done it a bunch of times.
Those crap games were the best. What? I don't flip. Got the 9. Yep, I almost beat it for one ball. I don't know.
What?
I don't know.
Really? You just said that?
I don't know how he makes it that hard.
When's the last time you slow rolled a fucking ball?
Oh, he did tonight. I watched it happen. I can criticize him for it.
Wow. I've never seen you slow roll.
I told him, I said, I would have hit that
One ball.
breakneck speed. Breakneck speed, what is that? He said, chicken tenders? Yeah.
Anyway.
I'd like to get some chicken in right now.
Oh, how do you overhold that ball?
I need a lot of weight down.
Oh, here we go.
Snodgrass about the tips.
Oh my god, what are you?
I don't even know the name of the tip is on mine.
No? Stuck it in my ass.
Not as nice as Joe.
At least just paid for it. Johnny Scott was like the other day doing his Christmas life. But I thought it was on the road. You know what he was getting, you know. $25 an hour, no much on his real quick. My business girl is laid off right now. I told him I knew he'd work hard. You know. And you saw Scott. He's good.
He's the one that helped us paint it.
What?
He's the one who's there painting.
Yeah, he's my running coach.
He is? Is it?
He constantly got big. Karen and I go out and Justin had a shot like that with Shane. And it was thinner. Cut it in, he made it, ran the kilo back and forth, back and forth. Shane and Justin were pretty good. Yeah.
Yep.
That's
On the
Shane
board.
is, I mean, I don't know that I like as many people against them. That's what I'm saying. Shane Brooks looked like he was going. Shane and Brady, when Justin gets the first shot after break always, like how could you hardly get better than him? And he gets Justin's gonna play a lockdown safety, and he's gonna make it. Yeah. You know what? I mean, Sean's an awesome player. Getting a chance himself, an awesome chance to win one,
You know, Justin played a good safety.
Yeah. I know, but he always.
Well, right, I understand.
I mean, it's hard to say he should have been. He always gets.
He's always gonna make a good hit, so.
Yeah. No, my point is just that he hits a lot of crazy goals because he gives himself a lot of chances together. You know, he makes great hits with good speed. You know, give himself a chance. Your story about you never golf team balls out there, George, but Molly, you shoot them all back out there and you make them all in one. This is one or two.
So,
I bought them up in Indianapolis for $1,400.
so what he was. Right, you know, if he plays good, fuck, who knows? So when he was at his height, you know, there's a guy that used to wear Chrysler come in, Charlie. He comes in with this guy, no idea who it is. And I know Charlie. I think my nephew some. You know Sean Schmoll?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. When Sean was skinny, he looked like George. So I really want to play George Breedlove. Really. I said, where the fuck did you meet Charlie? Where'd you meet him at? He goes, what the fuck are you talking about? He goes, that's my nephew, Sean. I go, go fuck yourself. I said, it's George Breedlove. Sean pulls his fucking ID out. I went, okay, I'll go play you a set.
Yeah, Sean's smaller, so it's probably not like I do now. Like, he's always like a decent six. Yeah, I was actually on the same team as him when I very first started with 38.
Yeah.
Played with Mike Evans and Rhonda and Mike and Rhonda Barton, Mike Devers,
Cardwell, golfer.
Yeah, so it was all of us, maybe one other guy. Moving out. Can't remember if there's that many.
I know what I'm doing too. Just live stream it. Turn it down, color Classic Joe.
Hey, do you got the AC on? Hey, do you got the AC on? It's cold in here. I'm cold. Yeah.
76.
I couldn't figure out if you had the door open.
Oh, I got it for like 76 here. So.
Really? All that whining and you get throwing in the heart?
normal in a goddamn
What
prize.
is, do you have family prep things going on this week, John?
I actually don't know.
People ask me about playing Thursday.
Fuck normal.
I can't remember who it was.
Since when is normal in a goddamn prize, huh?
Alright, do any of you guys need or want anything?
Bag of hundreds.
I don't know. What? Who did you have bets with there, Zelda? Huh. All right. Well, that's enough. I've had enough. Had all I can stand. I should have ran some contests for you guys. Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, I don't think there was really anybody paying attention, and that's fine. It's all right though. I will not be here tomorrow. Brendan, I think, will, but I don't know what's going on. So if I don't see you guys until after the holiday, hope everyone has a safe Thanksgiving. Don't eat too much turkey. And we'll be back over the weekend. I will not be here on Saturday. I should be here on Friday, though. So hopefully I'll see you guys all on Friday. All right. Good night, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with us.